How do you solve the world hunger crisis? We know one of the key ways: school meals. For millions of children, school is the only place they can eat for the day. These meals are helping children survive the worst hunger crisis in decades. By sponsoring a child, you can help provide more meals and help them build a hunger-free future. Sponsor a child today.
We have enough.
Chega.
Suficient.
A life of plenty for every child has always been possible, but that's not the reality. Instead, many places in the world have plenty of hardship.
This is scary. This war.
And need.
Las plantas se están resecando.
Child hunger and malnutrition is the worst it's been in generations. But a solution is possible today. Now is our time. We've had enough all along. Now, we've had enough. It's time to make sure there's enough choice for every child. Enough nutritious food, produced responsibly and sustainably, so children can thrive everywhere. When we stand together, we can be a force to end child hunger and malnutrition. Let's come together from every country and every background, and stand with children to say, we've had enough. Now it's our time to join together and say, enough. Take action today at www.wvi.org/enough.
Who do you think is facing the biggest hardship in the world today? A boy named Blue carries his 4-year-old brother, Sunday, 4 miles, where he can get his one meal for the day. Blue is malnourished, but Sunday is severely malnourished. Before today, he was too weak to talk, let alone walk. So Blue carries the weight of both his and his brother's hunger. This is what children battling the worst hunger crisis we've seen in decades have to do to survive. Joyce, a 23-year-old single mother, took Sunday and Blue in when they were abandoned. Joyce is doing everything she can to feed her children, even ones who are not her own. But because of drought, the food sources she grew up relying on have all dried up, and the few berries they can forage are not enough to feed growing kids. Across the valley, another woman faces the same drought, but with climate-smart agricultural training from World Vision. Her drought-resistant garden provides enough nutritious food, keeping her children strong and healthy, allowing them to reach their God-given potential. Who's facing the biggest hardship? Children. In every corner of the globe, hunger is real, and it's getting worse. God has given us an abundant planet. There's enough to feed every child. Let us transform our faith into action and become the helping hands that make a difference. This is an invitation. Pour yourself out for the hungry, thirst for righteousness. And together, let's say, enough is enough. How do you solve the world hunger crisis? We know one of the key ways: school meals. For millions of children, school is the only place they can eat for the day. These meals are helping children survive the worst hunger crisis in decades. By sponsoring a child, you can help provide more meals and help them build a hunger-free future. Sponsor a child today. How do you solve the world hunger crisis? We know one of the key ways: school meals. For millions of children, school is the only place they can eat for the day. These meals are helping children survive the worst hunger crisis in decades. By sponsoring a child, you can help provide more meals and help them build a hunger-free future. Sponsor a child today.
We have enough.
Chega. Suficiente.
A life of plenty for every child has always been possible, but that's not the reality. Instead, many places in the world have plenty of hardship
This is scary. This is war.
and need.
Las plantas se están resecando.
Child hunger and malnutrition is the worst it's been in generations. But a solution is possible today. Now is our time. We've had enough all along. Now, we've had enough. It's time to make sure there's enough choice for every child. Enough nutritious food, produced responsibly and sustainably, so children can thrive everywhere. When we stand together, we can be a force to end child hunger and malnutrition. Let's come together from every country and every background and stand with children to say we've had enough. Now it's our time to join together and say enough. Take action today at www.wvi.org/enough.
Who do you think is facing the biggest hardship in the world today? A boy named Blue carries his 4-year-old brother, Sunday, 4 miles, where he can get his one meal for the day. Blue is malnourished, but Sunday is severely malnourished. Before today, he was too weak to talk, let alone walk. So Blue carries the weight of both his and his brother's hunger. This is what children battling the worst hunger crisis we've seen in decades have to do to survive. Joyce, a 23-year-old single mother, took Sunday and Blue in when they were abandoned. Joyce is doing everything she can to feed her children, even ones who are not her own. But because of drought, the food sources she grew up relying on have all dried up, and the few berries they can forage are not enough to feed growing kids. Across the valley, another woman faces the same drought, but with climate-smart agricultural training from World Vision. Her drought-resistant garden provides enough nutritious food, keeping her children strong and healthy, allowing them to reach their God-given potential. Who's facing the biggest hardship? Children. In every corner of the globe, hunger is real, and it's getting worse. God has given us an abundant planet. There's enough to feed every child. Let us transform our faith into action and become the helping hands that make a difference. This is an invitation. Pour yourself out for the hungry, thirst for righteousness. And together, let's say, enough is enough. How do you solve the world hunger crisis? We know one of the key ways: school meals. For millions of children, school is the only place they can eat for the day. These meals are helping children survive the worst hunger crisis in decades. By sponsoring a child, you can help provide more meals and help them build a hunger-free future. Sponsor a child today. How do you solve the world hunger crisis? We know one of the key ways: school meals. For millions of children, school is the only place they can eat for the day. These meals are helping children survive the worst hunger crisis in decades. By sponsoring a child, you can help provide more meals and help them build a hunger-free future. Sponsor a child today.
We have enough.
Chega. Suficiente.
A life of plenty for every child has always been possible, but that's not the reality. Instead, many places in the world have plenty of hardship
This is scary. This is war.
and need.
Las plantas se están resecando.
Child hunger and malnutrition is the worst it's been in generations. But a solution is possible today. Now is our time. We've had enough all along. Now, we've had enough. It's time to make sure there's enough choice for every child. Enough nutritious food, produced responsibly and sustainably, so children can thrive everywhere. When we stand together, we can be a force to end child hunger and malnutrition. Let's come together from every country and every background and stand with children to say we've had enough. Now it's our time to join together and say enough. Take action today at www.wvi.org/enough.
Who do you think is facing the biggest hardship in the world today? A boy named Blue carries his 4-year-old brother, Sunday, 4 miles, where he can get his one meal for the day. Blue is malnourished, but Sunday is severely malnourished. Before today, he was too weak to talk, let alone walk. So Blue carries the weight of both his and his brother's hunger. This is what children battling the worst hunger crisis we've seen in decades have to do to survive. Joyce, a 23-year-old single mother, took Sunday and Blue in when they were abandoned. Joyce is doing everything she can to feed her children, even ones who are not her own. But because of drought, the food sources she grew up relying on have all dried up, and the few berries they can forage are not enough to feed growing kids. Across the valley, another woman faces the same drought, but with climate-smart agricultural training from World Vision. Her drought-resistant garden provides enough nutritious food, keeping her children strong and healthy, allowing them to reach their God-given potential. Who's facing the biggest hardship? Children. In every corner of the globe, hunger is real, and it's getting worse. God has given us an abundant planet. There's enough to feed every child. Let us transform our faith into action and become the helping hands that make a difference. This is an invitation. Pour yourself out for the hungry, thirst for righteousness. And together, let's say, enough is enough. How do you solve the world hunger crisis? We know one of the key ways: school meals. For millions of children, school is the only place they can eat for the day. These meals are helping children survive the worst hunger crisis in decades. By sponsoring a child, you can help provide more meals and help them build a hunger-free future. Sponsor a child today. How do you solve the world hunger crisis? We know one of the key ways: school meals. For millions of children, school is the only place they can eat for the day. These meals are helping children survive the worst hunger crisis in decades. By sponsoring a child, you can help provide more meals and help them build a hunger-free future. Sponsor a child today.
We have enough.
Chega. Suficient.
A life of plenty for every child has always been possible, but that's not the reality. Instead, many places in the world have plenty of hardship
This is scary. This is war.
and need.
Las plantas se están resecando.
Child hunger and malnutrition is the worst it's been in generations. But a solution is possible today. Now is our time. We've had enough all along. Now, we've had enough. It's time to make sure there's enough choice for every child. Enough nutritious food, produced responsibly and sustainably, so children can thrive everywhere. When we stand together, we can be a force to end child hunger and malnutrition. Let's come together from every country and every background and stand with children to say we've had enough.
Muddy.
Now it's our time to join together and say enough. Take action today at www.wvi.org/enough.
Who do you think is facing the biggest hardship in the world today? A boy named Blue carries his 4-year-old brother, Sunday, 4 miles, where he can get his one meal for the day. Blue is malnourished, but Sunday is severely malnourished. Before today, he was too weak to talk, let alone walk. So Blue carries the weight of both his and his brother's hunger. This is what children battling the worst hunger crisis we've seen in decades have to do to survive. Joyce, a 23-year-old single mother, took Sunday and Blue in when they were abandoned. Joyce is doing everything she can to feed her children, even ones who are not her own. But because of drought, the food sources she grew up relying on have all dried up, and the few berries they can forage are not enough to feed growing kids. Across the valley, another woman faces the same drought, but with climate-smart agricultural training from World Vision. Her drought-resistant garden provides enough nutritious food, keeping her children strong and healthy, allowing them to reach their God-given potential. Who's facing the biggest hardship? Children. In every corner of the globe, hunger is real, and it's getting worse. God has given us an abundant planet. There's enough to feed every child. Let us transform our faith into action and become the helping hands that make a difference. This is an invitation. Pour yourself out for the hungry, thirst for righteousness. And together, let's say, enough is enough. How do you solve the world hunger crisis? We know one of the key ways: school meals. For millions of children, school is the only place they can eat for the day. These meals are helping children survive the worst hunger crisis in decades. By sponsoring a child, you can help provide more meals and help them build a hunger-free future. Sponsor a child today. How do you solve the world hunger crisis? We know one of the key ways: school meals. For millions of children, school is the only place they can eat for the day. These meals are helping children survive the worst hunger crisis in decades. By sponsoring a child, you can help provide more meals and help them build a hunger-free future. Sponsor a child today.
We have enough.
Chega. Suficiente.
A life of plenty for every child has always been possible, but that's not the reality. Instead, many places in the world have plenty of hardship
This is scary. This is war.
and need.
Las plantas se están resecando.
Child hunger and malnutrition is the worst it's been in generations. But a solution is possible today. Now is our time. We've had enough all along. Now, we've had enough. It's time to make sure there's enough choice for every child. Enough nutritious food, produced responsibly and sustainably, so children can thrive everywhere. When we stand together, we can be a force to end child hunger and malnutrition. Let's come together from every country and every background, and stand with children to say we've had enough.
Muddy.
Now it's our time to join together and say enough. Take action today at www.wvi.org/enough.
Who do you think is facing the biggest hardship in the world today? A boy named Blue carries his 4-year-old brother, Sunday, 4 miles, where he can get his one meal for the day. Blue is malnourished, but Sunday is severely malnourished. Before today, he was too weak to talk, let alone walk. So Blue carries the weight of both his and his brother's hunger. This is what children battling the worst hunger crisis we've seen in decades have to do to survive. Joyce, a 23-year-old single mother, took Sunday and Blue in when they were abandoned. Joyce is doing everything she can to feed her children, even ones who are not her own. But because of drought, the food sources she grew up relying on have all dried up, and the few berries they can forage are not enough to feed growing kids. Across the valley, another woman faces the same drought, but with climate-smart agricultural training from World Vision. Her drought-resistant garden provides enough nutritious food, keeping her children strong and healthy, allowing them to reach their God-given potential. Who's facing the biggest hardship? Children. In every corner of the globe, hunger is real, and it's getting worse. God has given us an abundant planet. There's enough to feed every child. Let us transform our faith into action and become the helping hands that make a difference. This is an invitation. Pour yourself out for the hungry, thirst for righteousness. And together, let's say, enough is enough. How do you solve the world hunger crisis? We know one of the key ways: school meals. For millions of children, school is the only place they can eat for the day. These meals are helping children survive the worst hunger crisis in decades. By sponsoring a child, you can help provide more meals and help them build a hunger-free future. Sponsor a child today. How do you solve the world hunger crisis? We know one of the key ways: school meals. For millions of children, school is the only place they can eat for the day. These meals are helping children survive the worst hunger crisis in decades. By sponsoring a child, you can help provide more meals and help them build a hunger-free future. Sponsor a child today.
We have enough.
Chega. Madi. Suficiente.
A life of plenty for every child has always been possible, but that's not the reality. Instead, many places in the world have plenty of hardship
This is scary. This is war.
and need.
Las plantas se están resecando.
Child hunger and malnutrition is the worst it's been in generations. But a solution is possible today. Now is our time. We've had enough all along. Now, we've had enough. It's time to make sure there's enough choice for every child. Enough nutritious food, produced responsibly and sustainably, so children can thrive everywhere. When we stand together, we can be a force to end child hunger and malnutrition. Let's come together from every country and every background and stand with children to say we've had enough.
Madi.
Now it's our time to join together and say enough. Take action today at www.wvi.org/enough.
Who do you think is facing the biggest hardship in the world today? A boy named Blue carries his 4-year-old brother, Sunday, 4 miles, where he can get his one meal for the day. Blue is malnourished, but Sunday is severely malnourished. Before today, he was too weak to talk, let alone walk. So Blue carries the weight of both his and his brother's hunger. This is what children battling the worst hunger crisis we've seen in decades have to do to survive. Joyce, a 23-year-old single mother, took Sunday and Blue in when they were abandoned. Joyce is doing everything she can to feed her children, even ones who are not her own. But because of drought, the food sources she grew up relying on have all dried up, and the few berries they can forage are not enough to feed growing kids. Across the valley, another woman faces the same drought, but with climate-smart agricultural training from World Vision. Her drought-resistant garden provides enough nutritious food, keeping her children strong and healthy, allowing them to reach their God-given potential. Who's facing the biggest hardship? Children. In every corner of the globe, hunger is real, and it's getting worse. God has given us an abundant planet. There's enough to feed every child. Let us transform our faith into action and become the helping hands that make a difference. This is an invitation. Pour yourself out for the hungry, thirst for righteousness. And together, let's say, enough is enough. How do you solve the world hunger crisis? We know one of the key ways: school meals. For millions of children, school is the only place they can eat for the day. These meals are helping children survive the worst hunger crisis in decades. By sponsoring a child, you can help provide more meals and help them build a hunger-free future. Sponsor a child today. How do you solve the world hunger crisis? We know one of the key ways: school meals. For millions of children, school is the only place they can eat for the day. These meals are helping children survive the worst hunger crisis in decades. By sponsoring a child, you can help provide more meals and help them build a hunger-free future. Sponsor a child today.
We have enough.
Chega. Madi. Suficient.
A life of plenty for every child has always been possible, but that's not the reality. Instead, many places in the world have plenty of hardship
This is scary. This is war.
and need.
Las plantas se están resecando.
Child hunger and malnutrition is the worst it's been in generations. But a solution is possible today. Now is our time. We've had enough all along. Now, we've had enough. It's time to make sure there's enough choice for every child. Enough nutritious food, produced responsibly and sustainably, so children can thrive everywhere. When we stand together, we can be a force to end child hunger and malnutrition. Let's come together from every country and every background and stand with children to say we've had enough.
Madi.
Now it's our time to join together and say enough. Take action today at www.wvi.org/enough.
Who do you think is facing the biggest hardship in the world today? A boy named Blue carries his 4-year-old brother, Sunday, 4 miles, where he can get his one meal for the day. Blue is malnourished, but Sunday is severely malnourished. Before today, he was too weak to talk, let alone walk. So Blue carries the weight of both his and his brother's hunger. This is what children battling the worst hunger crisis we've seen in decades have to do to survive. Joyce, a 23-year-old single mother, took Sunday and Blue in when they were abandoned. Joyce is doing everything she can to feed her children, even ones who are not her own. But because of drought, the food sources she grew up relying on have all dried up, and the few berries they can forage are not enough to feed growing kids. Across the valley, another woman faces the same drought, but with climate-smart agricultural training from World Vision. Her drought-resistant garden provides enough nutritious food, keeping her children strong and healthy, allowing them to reach their God-given potential. Who's facing the biggest hardship? Children. In every corner of the globe, hunger is real, and it's getting worse. God has given us an abundant planet. There's enough to feed every child. Let us transform our faith into action and become the helping hands that make a difference. This is an invitation. Pour yourself out for the hungry, thirst for righteousness. And together, let's say, enough is enough. How do you solve the world hunger crisis? We know one of the key ways: school meals. For millions of children, school is the only place they can eat for the day. These meals are helping children survive the worst hunger crisis in decades. By sponsoring a child, you can help provide more meals and help them build a hunger-free future. Sponsor a child today. How do you solve the world hunger crisis? We know one of the key ways: school meals. For millions of children, school is the only place they can eat for the day. These meals are helping children survive the worst hunger crisis in decades. By sponsoring a child, you can help provide more meals and help them build a hunger-free future. Sponsor a child today.
We have enough.
Chega. Suficiente.
A life of plenty for every child has always been possible, but that's not the reality. Instead, many places in the world have plenty of hardship
This is scary. This war.
and need.
Las plantas se están resecando.
Child hunger and malnutrition is the worst it's been in generations. But a solution is possible today. Now is our time. We've had enough all along. Now, we've had enough. It's time to make sure there's enough choice for every child. Enough nutritious food, produced responsibly and sustainably, so children can thrive everywhere. When we stand together, we can be a force to end child hunger and malnutrition. Let's come together from every country and every background, and stand with children to say we've had enough.
Muddy.
Now it's our time to join together and say enough. Take action today at www.wvi.org/enough.
Who do you think is facing the biggest hardship in the world today? A boy named Blue carries his 4-year-old brother, Sunday, 4 miles, where he can get his one meal for the day. Blue is malnourished, but Sunday is severely malnourished. Before today, he was too weak to talk, let alone walk. So Blue carries the weight of both his and his brother's hunger. This is what children battling the worst hunger crisis we've seen in decades have to do to survive. Joyce, a 23-year-old single mother, took Sunday and Blue in when they were abandoned. Joyce is doing everything she can to feed her children, even ones who are not her own. But because of drought, the food sources she grew up relying on have all dried up, and the few berries they can forage are not enough to feed growing kids. Across the valley, another woman faces the same drought, but with climate-smart agricultural training from World Vision. Her drought-resistant garden provides enough nutritious food, keeping her children strong and healthy, allowing them to reach their God-given potential. Who's facing the biggest hardship? Children. In every corner of the globe, hunger is real, and it's getting worse. God has given us an abundant planet. There's enough to feed every child. Let us transform our faith into action and become the helping hands that make a difference. This is an invitation. Pour yourself out for the hungry, thirst for righteousness. And together, let's say, enough is enough. How do you solve the world hunger crisis? We know one of the key ways: school meals. For millions of children, school is the only place they can eat for the day. These meals are helping children survive.
Twice in a month, and they are taught on maternal, infant, and young child nutrition.
Tulipelekwa training na World Vision, tukafundishwa siku 5. Alafu kutoka hapo tukaenda mapping, household mapping. Kisha tukaform groups za wamama na tukawa tuna
headed to the gallery and also to the exhibition, and she will be joining us. I would like to request that we put our phones on silent mode, flight mode, or switched off, so that we do not disrupt the event once it kicks off. I'll also request that we minimize movement. Kindly let us take our seats. Let us take our seats. If you have no business moving around, kindly, I'm requesting that you take your seat and settle down. Thank you very much. Once she gets here, we will request that we all be upstanding, welcome her with a round of applause as she makes her way to her seat. And we'll request that we remain standing for the national anthem and also for the opening prayers. You're all welcome. DJ. I don't know whether there are ladies who've been requested to move the chairs once the panel discussion is over. Are they here? You're here? Okay. Kindly come here for a short brief. If there is anyone who will be making a speech and they are here with us today, you are requested to use the side stairs. Kindly, you will use the side stairs. The gentleman who will handle the chairs, kindly come for a short brief. Thank you. DJ.
Ndio maana mimi ninaimba kwa sababu ya amani yake. Ni uwezo gani unaompinga Yesu? Uwezo gani? machozi ya watu wake, ni yule mfalme wa amani, ni yule aliyesema yote imekwisha. Mambo unayoyapitia ni yeye anayeyaona, anajua shida yako mama yangu, anajua magumu yako baba yangu.
Ongoso, Isaac Ongoso, and Felista Koki. Kindly come to the stage. Where are you? Oh, come. Thank you, DJ.
Simame tafadhali, naomba tuweze kusimama. Please tafadhali, we be upstanding. Tafadhali tuweze kusimama as we are about to officially welcome our guest of honor this amazing morning. Naomba unipatie sauti kidogo. Ladies and gentlemen, makofi tafadhali as we welcome our first lady akiweza kuwasili. Tafadhali makofi kwake tafadhali, ladies and pigie makofi as she comes all the way in. Makofi kwake, watu wangu wa nyuma, makofi tafadhali. Wapi watu wa shangwe na vigelegele pia as we welcome the first lady who's our chief guest this amazing morning. Ladies and gentlemen, makofi kwake tafadhali, she's coming on in. There we go. Makofi kwake tafadhali, makofi kwake. There we go. Wapi shangwe na vigelegele tafadhali. Let's put our hands together for her as she comes on in. Wapi makofi, ladies and gentlemen, wapi makofi. Tupige makofi as we welcome Her Excellency who's joining us this amazing makofi twende. Your Excellency, karibu sana this amazing. Thank you very much. Makofi, ladies and gentlemen, as we welcome Her Excellency, the First Lady, who is our chief guest this great morning. Ladies and gentlemen, let's celebrate her as she walks to her seat. Please, makofi one more last time, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. Your Excellency, before you kindly take your seat, I'd like us to kindly all remain upstanding as we take the national anthem of the Republic of Kenya, thereafter the East African anthem.
Mungu yetu,
ilete baraka kwetu, iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na udugu, amani na uhuru, na tupate na ustawi. Mungu twaomba uilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Your Excellency, with your permission, I'd like to welcome retired Reverend Professor Joseph Galgado, who leads us in the opening prayer.
As we stand, let us pray. Almighty, O gracious God, Creator, Redeemer of all mankind and all that is there, we are ever so grateful that, Lord our God, you created us in your own image and placed us in a world of plenty as stewards of your creation. You purposed and desire that all your children without exemption receive and enjoy abundant life in all its fullness. Lord, we confess our fallenness and deeply regret that we have selfishly and in fact greedily exploited your provision and thereby damaged your likeness in us, causing untold grief, shortage, and structural inequalities in societies. Forgive us, Lord, and graciously revive our spirit, direct our minds, strengthen our resolve to do things right, and create in us a heart of service. We pray for all who are struggling with hunger, malnutrition, diseases, conflict, and violence. Lord, have mercy and help us to be better stewards of abundant resources and the good creation that you have committed to our care. Thank you for the ministry of World Vision Kenya and indeed the entire World Vision fraternity and many others involved in the efforts to alleviate hunger and poverty. Thank you for this initiative, the Enough campaign. May you, Lord, indeed endorse that there is enough for everyone. This effort succeed, and may your people find relief and a life of fulfillment and dignity. Hear us, Lord, and mercifully receive this, our petitions and thanksgiving. In the name of God the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for Reverend. Your Excellency, kindly, you may take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, please kindly be seated as we get ready to officially start. Her Excellency, Mama Rachel Ruto, the First Lady of the Republic of Kenya, the Principal Secretary, Social Protection and Senior Citizen Affairs, Mr. Joseph Mogusi Mutari, the Principal Secretary, State Department of Gender and Affirmative Action, Madam Anne Wangombe, Mr. Badu Escatello, who's the Director of Administration, State Department of Agriculture, Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock, Honorable Naomi Wako, who's the Deputy Chief Whip of the Majority Party, Mr. David Githanga, the Board Chair, World Vision Kenya, the East African Regional Director, World Vision, Madam Lilian Dodzo, the World Vision Kenya National Director, Gilbert Kamanga, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, learners, good morning. Good morning once more. Your Excellency, welcome to the World Vision Kenya offices for this amazing launch of the Enough campaign. Ladies and gentlemen, with that being said, I'd like us to kindly celebrate and welcome Mr. Gilbert Kamanga, who is the World Vision Kenya National Director, to give us the brief opening remarks. Tafadhali makofi kwake as he makes his way to the stage.
Your Excellency, the First Lady of the Republic of Kenya, Mama Rachel Ruto, I want to say thank you for coming. Join me to clap hands for her, please. Now, when you are used to working in the NGO sector, sometimes you forget the protocols. But there's one expression which becomes very clear. When you say all protocols observed, it means you are covered. So first I want to say all protocols observed. I know I am covered, but for me just excitement that I see my colleagues, the PS from Labor, PS for Gender, directors from different ministries. I want to say welcome to World Vision Complex. I also want to say thank you and welcome to the religious leaders who are here, whom we are working with in different sectors. I also want to say thank and welcome our donor partner communities who are here. Donor community, I want to say thank you for coming. Colleagues from the NGO sector, I also want to say thank you. But before I say one or two things, I want to ask that the current and former board members of World Vision, if they could stand. The current and former board members of World Vision, if they can stand. Whether you're in government side or this, or it doesn't, you're a board member, you're a board member. So let's clap hands for our current and former board members. I want to say thank you for coming. But also there's one person and one family I want to introduce. My former colleague, but there's no former in World Vision. Once you go to World Vision, you're World Vision always. Mr. Macmillan, stand with your wife, please. Clap hands for them. Mr. Macmillan was here at World Vision as National Director. If I mention the year, some will say, are you sure? Yes, 1976, he was already Director working here, but he became National Director and served here. So if you go to our office, you see his photo. Is on the there to say thank you for coming and gracing it. I also know there are many other colleagues and friends who have come. But much also I want to welcome the children who we are working with. Where are they sitting? The children from the community, where they are. You can stand, please. The children, where are they? Yes, clap hands for the children, please. These children have come from all over Kenya where we work, and they represent many children behind them. So I want to say thank you. Again, you can have your seat. Your Excellency, today is an exciting moment for us at World Vision. We are excited because when we talk about the Enough campaign, it sounds like a word. But for us, it's an action. It's an action where we want children in this country to have enough food. Enough food does not only mean quantity, but also quality as well. We want children to have food which is nutritious, food which is coming from homes, but also food which is sourced in a sustainable way. So it's an excitement. That's why when we see the majority of the crowd who are here today is because of that. I also want to say, colleagues from both entities of World Vision here, thank you for coming. This is a great day for us. But as they say, it is not just in the act of launching something which is key, but what we do after we launch. That's why I say for us as World Vision Kenya, we are committed to ensure that we work with different entities, both local and county governments, so that we bring this together. As I said, we are excited as World Vision because having Your Excellency in another country, they would say it's not a joking subject. So that you are here, we really appreciate for you to come. This campaign is in the context of a global campaign. We have just finished another campaign where we said it takes all of us to end violence against children. But also as World Vision, as an entity, we are saying we need to have enough food globally. So without further ado, I want just to invite the regional leader to come and give us a brief perspective on what is this Enough campaign from the global, but also from our regional perspective. Then I'll come back in another form. Thank you.
Your Excellency, Madam Rachel Ruto, First Lady of the Republic of Kenya, thank you so much for honoring us with your presence this morning. Our government partners here present, the PSCs for education, labor, as well as women and gender affairs, other government representatives here present, donors, as well as partners that are present here with us, including faith leaders, heads of entities of World Vision Kenya, Somalia, Sudan, Vision Fund Kenya, and Vision Circle that are here with us today, the children and young people that are joining us this morning, karibu sana. Ladies and gentlemen, media personalities, I'll also borrow from Gilbert to say all protocols observed. It's a pleasure to be with you this morning as we launch this very important campaign as highlighted by Gilbert, the Enough campaign. It's a very ambitious campaign that aims to end hunger and malnutrition, especially targeting under 5 children globally, in Africa, as well as nationally here in Kenya. Thank you, therefore, for joining us this morning as we embark on this very bold but ambitious vision to end hunger and malnutrition for children. World Vision International has this bold vision to mobilize the resources and the partnerships that are required, as well as actions towards ending hunger and malnutrition, and we know that we cannot do it alone. Now, you may wonder why the Enough campaign, because there have been so many initiatives that are ongoing to try and address the issue of hunger. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's alarming to note that the global scale of child hunger and malnutrition remains astounding across the world. Today, we have over 148 million children under 5 that are affected by stunting globally. And unfortunately, 44 million of those children are found here in Africa. Furthermore, globally, children under 5 are affected by wasting, and we have 45 million of them that are affected by this. And again, unfortunately, the majority of them are found here in sub-Saharan Africa. So with these alarming statistics, that's why World Vision saw the need to embark on this Enough campaign to address the issue of sustained nutrition for children. We cannot, ladies and gentlemen, continue to accept that a child goes to bed hungry in our continent and in our lovely country, Kenya. Individually and collectively, children in Kenya and across Africa are counting on all of us to join our hands and to come together to call for enough nutritious food for every child, sourced ethically and sustainably, enabling them to flourish because they are the future of our wonderful nation. And friends, we are cognizant as World Vision that we cannot do it alone. And that's why we've invited you to join us today. We are partnering with the United Nations. I know UNICEF, for example, is represented here. We've got other partners. I met Koika. There are also other donors that are here with us today. And we are doing our Enough campaign aligned to the Sustainable Development Goal number 2, which says zero hunger. And we are also supporting other United Nations and African Union frameworks, notably the African Regional Nutrition Strategy and the Malabo Declaration on Accelerated Agricultural Growth and Transformation for Shared Prosperity and Improved Livelihoods to help address this issue of child malnutrition. And in Africa, World Vision's transformative development initiatives are spread across 27 countries in this continent, in East, West, as well as Southern Africa. And we work from rural agricultural villages to disaster, conflict, as well as fragile contexts. In East Africa, we are present in 9 countries: Kenya, Burundi, Ethiopia, Rwanda, Somalia, South Sudan, Tanzania, and Uganda. And we implement 900 projects, majority of which address nutrition and health for children. We also, in FY23, were able to reach 16 million children with the projects that we implement, and 26 million people in just that year alone, with an astounding budget of US $944 million, and our wonderful 6,500 staff that are spread across East Africa region that are supporting us in this work. We're working in the space of child protection, disaster management, economic development, education, food security and resilience, health and nutrition, and water, sanitation, and hygiene. And as Gilbert alluded to, we made the decision to do a global launch of our Enough campaign just after the UN General Assembly in New York on the 20th of September 2023, because we really wanted to make sure that we send the message across at global level, and this was done in September. And at global level, we made quite some significant commitments. We committed to focus the next 3 years on reducing hunger and improving nutrition for 125 million children across 67 countries globally. And we committed a budget of US $3.4 billion that we are going to get from private sources, institutional donors like government and UN agencies that we partner each with, who are investing in our work, including Vision Fund microfinance loans to families to support this campaign. So that was our global commitment, 125 million children with a budget of US $3.4 billion. We then came to Africa, and just after the AU Heads of State meeting in Addis Ababa on the 23rd of February, we also launched our Continental Enough campaign, I was privileged to be there with my fellow regional directors from West and Southern Africa. And there we also made a significant commitment as the continent to say, as Africa, we are going to mobilize $1.7 billion US over the next 3 years to support this Enough campaign. And we're very honored that His Excellency King Letsi III of the Kingdom of Lesotho was our guest of honor, and he accepted to be the World Vision Africa ambassador for the Enough campaign. As some of you may know, he's also the AU ambassador and champion on nutrition. So he's accepted to work with us in this journey and in this ambitious and bold vision that we have to end hunger. Ladies and gentlemen, this campaign is building also on the significant work and impact that World Vision has had in partnership with some of you who are here today. And it has, on the urgent and growing hunger situation in our continent, it has sought to address the issue of global hunger response, which has already reached 23 million people in Africa who have received $1.8 billion between May 2022 and February 2024 across 18 countries in Africa. And last year, on the 20th of October, I decided to celebrate World Food Day in South Sudan. I visited transition centers where refugees were fleeing from the conflict in Sudan, coming through South Sudan. And I saw firsthand the impact that hunger is having, especially on those that are in crisis. 2 children I met at that transit center that have really been left imprinted in my mind. Their names are Martha and Abraham. They had fled the conflict in Sudan, unaccompanied, not knowing where their parents are because they just ran in all directions when war broke out. They had no idea where they were when I engaged with them, nor where their parents were. They had gone out to play with friends when war broke out and just joined a group of people that were fleeing and found themselves across the border in South Sudan. They appeared to me very traumatized, haggard, and completely malnourished. So with these 2 children in mind, I went to have a meeting with the Minister of Humanitarian Affairs in South Sudan and reiterated to him the need for the government to step up and take the lead and hold hands with us partners as well as the international community, local NGOs, faith leaders, to find enough resources to meet the needs of many more such children as Martha and Abraham, who find themselves sometimes as refugees and returnees because of situations beyond their control. So just as we cannot end hunger and malnutrition alone as one organization, World Vision, we also cannot do so by responding in isolation of broader development and humanitarian programming needs. So the goals of this campaign are aligned and integrated in everything we do. So let's come together, friends, colleagues, government, and address the needs of the Marthas and Abrahams who are out there, because there are so many such children. Any response from hunger must also address the issue of school dropouts, early marriage, child labor, as well as child vulnerability. Distinguished guests, by uniting, we can become a force to eradicate child malnutrition. Let us continue to hold hands, to journey together, to respond in a way that ensures quality programs and accountability for the children and the families at the heart of our work. Today, tomorrow, and for as long as it takes, we say enough. No child will suffer from hunger if we act now. So let's come together, let's bring our resources, our expertise, and our minds and commitment to end child hunger and malnutrition in one generation, here in Kenya, in the continent, and globally. Now is the time to act, and enough is enough. I thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think she deserves a better round of applause. Makofi kwake tafadhali. Thank you very much, Lillian, for that. Your Excellency, with your permission, I'd like us to put further context on the Enough campaign launch, on some of the challenges that we or the children are facing in this nation. And to help us do this, I'd like us to have a brief panel discussion. Please, Your Excellency and the rest of us, with a round of applause, let's welcome the Deputy Director of Education, State Department of Basic Education, Florence G. Musalia Tafadhali, as she comes up on stage. Also in this particular panel, Laura Kige, who's a technical specialist, infant, young children, adolescent, maternal nutrition from the UNICEF. We'd also like to welcome, please, this way, ma'am. I also want us to welcome Alice Yugi, the Regional Manager, Nutrition World Vision Kenya, Zainabu Rob Diba, who is 14 years from Marsabit County. She goes to Moi Girls in Marsabit, and Isaac Ongoso, 11 years, all the way from Homa Bay County. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for them, please. All right. Now, Your Excellency, just before we get into this panel discussion, would like to put context on what is a Enough campaign, and we like all of us to enjoy this video presentation.
We have enough.
Suficient.
A life of plenty for every child has always been possible, but that's not the reality. Instead, many places in the world have plenty of hardship.
This scary. This war.
And need.
Las plantas se están resecando.
Child hunger and malnutrition is the worst it's been in generations. But a solution is possible today. Now is our time. We've had enough all along. Now, we've had enough. It's time to make sure there's enough choice for every child. Enough nutritious food, produced responsibly and sustainably, so children can thrive everywhere.
This Enough campaign, which is about ensuring that every child has access to adequate and enough food, is coming at the right time for us here in Kenya. To have access to enough food will not require only one organization. That's why, as World Vision Kenya, we want to partner with the government, both national and local. We want also to partner with the donor community, fellow civil society, the corporates, and the communities, so that every child in Kenya has access to food. Not just to enough food, but to food which is nutritious, food which will ensure that a child grows in a healthy way. We know that in Kenya, we produce enough food as a nation, but we also know that that food is not available to every corner of Kenya. So we need to have conversations around access to food. Yes, it requires production, but also it requires some empowerment to improve the distribution systems, the purchasing power of the people, the knowledge how to use that food to prevent post-harvest loss. So it is quite a broad approach which we want to have through this Enough campaign. It's about doing something so that every child in Kenya has access to enough food. After all, the children are saying they have had enough suffering, but now they're calling for having enough food. We also want to see that schools are able to provide meals for the children. We want to ensure that children remain in school. When they enroll, they should not drop out. And we know that food has that power. It has power to stimulate enrollment in schools, to stimulate retention, but also to stimulate performance. It's for this reason that I call upon colleagues from the NGO sector. I want to call upon the donor community, the government of Kenya, both the county government and the national government, the business community, that let us work together so that in this country, no child should die because of lack of access to food.
When we stand together, we can be a force to end child hunger and malnutrition. Let's come together from every country and every background and stand with children to say we've had enough. Now it's our time to join together and say enough. Take action today at
importantly, enough food. Now, Your Excellency, with your permission, allow them to stand on the existing protocol because of time so that we can proceed as fast as possible. I'll start with you, Florence, from the State Department of Basic Education. And this is a question to all of us, so all of us will be able to answer it together. Your microphones are already on. Now the question, I'll do it in two-pronged. First approach will be, what are the challenges facing the access to enough nutrition? And Your Excellency, just to put it into context, we are speaking about enough food at home, and we're speaking about enough food in school as well. Florence, I'll start with you.
Thank you, Lawton. And all protocols observed. I would say for Ministry of Education, just as we have listened, it is not enough. The Lord has blessed us with a number of learners in this country, and we are feeding just a fraction of the number of learners we have. And you can see within the theme, it is not enough. We are part of the School Bill Coalition, which is a big political global body which ensures that every child has at least a meal in the learning institution. But we want to appreciate the government of our President, Dr. William Ruto. He has done a lot of improvement, a lot of improvement. There have been increase in location on the finances towards feeding our learners, and currently we are targeting 3 million, and you can hear from that statistics that it is not enough. It is our prayer, our excellent, our First Lady, Mama Rachel, so that you can be able to continue supporting us in the school environment so that we can have enough for our learners. And one of the big challenges that has really affected the nutrition of our learners is the long spell of the drought in the country. For the last 5 years, there has been a long spell of drought, but I want also to thank the government because they have done something about it. We have had cash transfers to our communities under the niche program. We must say thank you to the government towards that because it has really helped to improve the nutrition burden of our learners, both at school and at home. Our prayer is that we can work on the financing of the school meals program. We are looking forward for increase on the budgets so that we can be able to assist our learners. Because if this area we work, we have a multi-sectoral approach. We work with Ministry of Health, we work with the Ministry of Agriculture, we work with State Department of Social Development, Gender, and many others, partners, development partners, and I'm sure they understand the burden we have in this space. And I want to also appreciate the development partners, the donors, for the support they have given the Ministry of Education, because this space is huge. It requires all of us. It requires an enabling environment whereby we can work on the, can have the multi-sectoral approach. We can be able to support each other. We must bring the partners on board, development partners, the donors, the civil society, because this space is quite large so that we can be able to help our learners. So we have actually a burden of malnutrition in this country, and I'm sure with working with the Ministry of Health, the data is there. We need to be able to get to these counties where there is a burden of malnutrition, both for the learners at school and at home, so that we can be able to help them. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Florence. Asante sana. Laura, I'll go straight to you. You're technical specialist when it comes to infants, young children, adolescents, maternal nutrition, their maternal nutrition, and you work for the UNICEF. Just tell us from your own context, what are some of the challenges, especially when it comes to access of this very vital nutrition?
Thank you. And thank you so much, Your Excellency. All protocols observed. It's a pleasure to be here. Just to note that 1 in every 4 children in the country, from the last surveys that we've had, has no access to minimum acceptable diet. As if that is not enough, half of the children less than 5 years had consumed a sugar-sweetened beeflage. So I just want to say some of the things that are affecting us as a country is that there's very high promotion of unhealthy diets to the children, whereby now instead of a child going for a banana, they would rather go for something that is sugar sweetened, whatever it is in a bottle somewhere, and that is what is packed for them. And this is happening because we have a challenge as far as empowerment is concerned for the women and also for the youthful population, because the children look out to the younger, to their mothers, for them to get to know what is the required, what is the information. So we have, those mothers have therefore little information, and also the youthful population whom the children look out to, and therefore that becomes a challenge for them. We haven't digitized the food systems from the production to the supplies, to the marketing and all that. And therefore the youths are not engaging in food production, and the children have not learned how to engage in the food production. Just to note that we are so grateful for the competency-based curriculum that gives us an opportunity for that the children can be as young as they are at 5 years, at 7 years, at 12 years, can also learn to produce food for their households, food for their school meals and such, through the Young Farmers Club, the 4K clubs and such. And also the learning, the actual production, which is very, very important, because that is also lacking at the population. The behavior change is also a big aspect that we need to look into. Behavior change from the communities, from the mothers, but also look at who is also selling this unhealthy food. Why are they not regulated in one way or the other? So that lack of regulation of what is marketed to the children is also a challenge for this country. And I'm so grateful for programs that the government has launched. She has mentioned of the nutrition improvement through cash and health education, which is now reaching about 25,000 plus women and households in the communities, and teaching them what is needed for them to ensure a healthy diet for the population. Of course, linking up with the other Ministry of Health, Ministry of Agriculture, led by the Ministry of Labor and Social Protection. We are so glad that that is happening, but we still need to do more for us to ensure that these children have access to the food that they require. So that needs to be done. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Laura, for that. Alice, Tungeko ground. You've traversed throughout this nation with World Vision, of course. Tell us about what is a situation on ground. What are some of the challenges that children are facing in terms of access?
Thank you, Lotta, Your Excellency, the First Lady, and all protocols observed. I want to say that in every 10 seconds, 1 child dies of malnutrition. So that is how the magnitude of the problem we are talking about is. Having traversed different areas in Kenya, I would say one most challenging thing is the feeding practices, the suboptimal feeding practices that mothers or caregivers do at the household level. There is lack of or limited knowledge in terms of diet diversity. And so this is also compounded with other factors. When we look at the 5 dimensions of food and nutrition security, we find there is limited access to food. And why is there limited access to food? Households do not have access to food because either they do not produce enough, or they do not have the economic capacity to access what is available. The other issue is about our low capacity in terms of production. How do we produce enough quantity of food that would benefit entire household over the years? So we have a low capacity in terms of production, and we need to improve our production. And then we look at our stability. What are our policies around food regulations, food storage, and all that? So we need to improve in terms of having food available, but also having all the mechanisms to ensure there is stability in the availability of food. And then the utilization bit is also a challenge. How do we ensure that household utilize food provide children with food that meet the nutrition needs and also correspond to the ages of children? So utilization is also a problem because of lack of awareness. And my colleague has also talked about regulating food to ensure there is food safety, consumer awareness on the food that is available in the market, so that they access food that will be able to meet their nutrition requirement, but it's also safe for their health. The other issue is other socio-cultural issues and drivers that also promote malnutrition. So, like, we have early pregnancies, we have female genital mutilation, and these are things that push our children into having early conception, giving birth to children when they are at a younger age, when they are not yet prepared and they don't have the nutrient stores to be able to carry on pregnancy and also to have positive delivery outcomes. So these are some of the issues. And even the issues around policy, we have policies that are not fully implemented. We have maternal, infant, and young child, and even adolescent nutrition. These policies have not been translated to the household level so that they are implemented and the community is able to see the benefits. So we are glad that so far there is a lot of effort that is happening. The government is so committed in the food and nutrition agenda, especially in the 4th medium-term plan, where nutrition has also been highlighted as a key area of intervention. We've seen counties develop the county nutrition action plans, but these action plans need to be implemented, and that requires a lot of financing on nutrition. We need to increase financing on nutrition and also financing on school feeding program. Not all schools have been able to benefit from this program, and also have mechanisms of accountability and monitoring the effectiveness of these programs across all schools. And then the issue of collaboration and network, we need to have effective coordination horizontally and even vertically, because nutrition is a multifaceted problem. So we need to have different players come in: agriculture, health, we need to have gender, we need to have water and sanitation and hygiene, because through all that is when we can improve food security and nutrition. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. I think you actually preempted my next question, which was about what should be done, and I think you gave us a few answers there. But Your Excellency, you would agree with me that it would be unfair to talk about malnutrition amongst the children without having children with us today. So Your Excellency, we have Zainabu and Isaac, Zainabu from Marsabit County and Isaac from Homa Bay County. Now, to the two of you, I think your mics are with you, right? Okay, so I want you guys to tell us about your school, your experiences in school. What are some of the challenges when it comes to malnutrition, especially from your school setting?
Thank you, Mr. Lotan. Her Excellency, and all protocols observed. To me, malnutrition had really affected children. Like, for example, a child affected by malnutrition is stunted, which is low height for age, and when he is around he's like, oh, I'm 16 years old and I look like a 7-year-old boy. How embarrassing. How am I going to be with my friends? And you see, leading to that is low self-esteem, which lowers his confidence and his performance in class, and his activeness in maybe some co-curricular activities in the school. And the other one, at home, is a mother has to sacrifice one of her child to provide for the others. Like she got 4 children and 1 girl. They are suffering of hunger, and she have to, the oldest girl, she have to give her away so that she can use the dowry to provide for her younger siblings. And that leads to that girl dropping out of school at a young age, which ruins her future.
Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for Zainab. Well said, well spoken. Isaac, talk to us.
Thank you for giving me the chance. Malnutrition has led to many problems to the children. For example, we children, if we do not take balanced diet, we will not be able to concentrate in classworks. For example, a child is sleeping and the teacher is teaching, which can lead to low results. The child will say, I'm doing nothing in school. The child drop out of school, then get married, which can also lead to early pregnancy. Also in homes, when there is hunger, a mother will say, I don't have enough food. He releases one of his girls who is not ready to get married so that he can get the food from his in-laws. Thank you.
Wow. A round of applause for Isaac as well. Well said. Now, ladies, allow me to call you that. We want to wrap it up. And with your parting shots, I want you to tell us a solution. What should we do? I'll start with you, Florence. What should we do to ensure children have enough access to food?
Thank you, Lawton. I must appreciate His Excellent President of Kenya for what he is doing towards the improvement in agriculture, especially the fertilizer subsidies. Actually, they are going to improve production of food. And if the production of food is improved, you can be rest assured that the price of food, 1, will be low, 2, there will be available food for learners both in schools and at home. And the other thing that I think we can do, maybe starting with small things also is very good, like this burden of malnutrition. I think diversification of food is very good. As you know that when we are giving food to learners, it should be safe, it should be diverse, and it should be nutritious. I want to appreciate the ongoing kitchen gardens. That is the way to go. If we improve and strengthen those kitchen gardens, they are going to really improve on the diversity of the food diversity, and that will improve the nutrition of the learners. Sometimes we want to start with big things. These small things can grow really to help us. In our schools, I think we also need to strengthen the 4K clubs, whereby even as the children get support from the government on their feeding program, they can also improve on diversification through those 4K clubs. I have come across, we also work at the ministry with the ASL ministry. There are projects like IFNAS. And if you go to places like Turkana, you see the ECD children planting cowpeas. And you know, if that food is there, rice, beans, fat, and salt, if you can also mix it with those cowpeas, I'm sure it will improve the nutrition of the learners. So to me, I will call upon strengthening those 4K clubs and strengthening the kitchen gardens. That will improve both at school and at home. And think earlier enough, as I was discussing the challenges, I was also giving proposals for solutions, especially in financing. We are begging our First Lady for your support so that we can be able to see increases in the budgetary of our school meals programs, and not only the increases in the budget, we are even looking that this can be ring-fenced, because now we'll be sure our learners will be getting food, and they will also not only be getting food part of the school calendar, they will be getting food all the days of the school calendar. I think that will be very important, and you have heard from the learners themselves. When they get food, well, first, in most places in the country, food is a bait for these learners. And once they get the food, they are able to concentrate. And especially for the learners who are small in the ECD, it is very important. It will help them in cognitive development. And they are able to conceptualize issues in the classroom, concepts in the classroom, and I think they will be able to achieve their goals or the outcomes in the education. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Florence. I love your passion. She was a teacher, and I can see it in how you're saying it. Laura, I'll go straight to you briefly. What should be done?
Well, I think what we need to do as a country is to think about making the food systems inclusive, engage the youthful population through digitization of agriculture, engage the women and make sure they have access to the capital, access to the market in one way or the other, that whatever is produced is also marketed, and therefore look at how do we reduce the loss of foods. As we do that, also ensure behavior change communication, as I noted, from the producers. How shall we ensure that policies are giving us, at the end of the day, are giving us food that is healthy for the population? Looking at regulation of marketing of unhealthy foods, making sure it is not happening even to the children. Looking at making sure that the food that is being produced is food that is diverse. We need to go look at our traditional green leafy vegetables, the fruits, the wild fruits that are available for the children. We need to look at what needs to be done to ensure that the school meals are also in one way diverse, because they are a lesson to the children. It's not just a meal on a plate, but also a lesson to the child that you need to diversify your food in one way or the other. Engage the children, because really there is nothing for us without us. Children need to learn from a very early age on how to be part and parcel of the movement of the food from the farm to the market, and how to sell it. How do we also ensure that this food is safe when the pesticides are to be used and such? That needs to be done. As we think of that, one thing that I would also think is very important is the partnerships. Well, I think that to me should be my parting shot. Unless we all sit together at the table and discuss the food systems in this country to make the foods nutritious, sustainable, safe, and reachable for every other child, then we are not going to make it. So that table where we all sit together is what I would look out to. And as we do this, scale up the best practices that we are seeing. We are already seeing the nutrition improvement through cash and health education, the 1 million kitchen gardens in the country, the scale up of the school meals for a plate of warm meal per child per day. So scale up those best practices that we are already seeing in the country. And I believe this is doable. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Laura, for that. Alice, we'll wrap up with you. What should be done?
Yeah, so I want to emphasize the need to scale up what is working. We have been able to see through the booths. We have tried biofortification, where you introduce nutrients into plants so that they grow with it without doing the industrial fortification. So let us scale up what is working, and biofortification has proven to work. Let us also implement the food and nutrition policies. Right now, we are reviewing the Kenya Food and Nutrition Policy, and our hope is that it can be implemented to the fullest. It can also be contextualized at the county level. Let's also empower our women, because women contribute heavily to the production system. So let's empower our women and ensure they have access to capital and microfinance services. Let's listen and hear the voices of the children in the process, because that matters. And let's also involve the youth into the production. And of course, you make use of technology in the production and even in the whole food of value chain.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for all of them. Thank you very much. Asante sana, Florence. Thank you, Laura. Thank you, Alice and Zainabu. Please, a round of applause for them, ladies and gentlemen, even as they exit the stage. Asanteni sana. Now, Isaac, I'll ask you to stay with me. So the rest of you, I'll ask you just to exit the stage kindly. Now, Your Excellency, it is very important that the children come together and have this particular, and they had this particular discourse, and they said, you know what, it is time for us to meet Your High Excellency and tell her what is in our hearts. Your Excellency, I want to introduce to you Felista Koki Moi, 12 years young, from Kitui County. She will be joining me on stage alongside Isaac Ongoso, all the way from Homa Bay County. Your Excellency, these children came together with the children of this great country and thought to themselves, why don't we come up with a call to action that we can present to Her Excellency? So I'll ask you to just get your mic. Felisa, just pick a microphone. I'll ask you guys to step forward. So just come with me. Isaac, kujamba hapa. All right. I know we have a special something to read. Okay. Okay. So we'll allow them just to clear it a little bit. Now, I want you to read what you have for Her Excellency, and then we'll be able to proceed on from there.
Thank you, sir. Your Excellency, the First Lady of the Republic of Kenya, all protocols observed. I'm Felista Koki, 12 years old, from Mutomo, Kitui County, ready to give out my representation about enough campaign, that is hunger and malnutrition. Here is my friend.
My name is Isaac Ongoso from Magunga. I'm from Homa Bay County, and I'm here also to present about enough campaign.
Children call to action towards ending child hunger and malnutrition. On behalf of 62 children from World Vision Kenya, sponsored area programs attending the launch of World Vision Kenya Enough campaign, I am presenting. The launch of the Enough campaign comes at the backdrop of an increased cases of children starving and most children lacking food. From a UNICEF report shown to us, the number of children in Kenya aged 5 to 59 months requiring treatment for severe weight loss in July 2023 was 945,610. The same report indicated that 2.8 million people, who included children, in Kenya were food insecure in 2023. 2016, 794 children were reported to be in need of nutrition assistance. According to the report by UNICEF, in 2023, there was a reported increase in child protection and gender-based violence cases in the drought-affected counties, including school dropouts at 29%, child pregnancies, neglect, female genital mutilation, and child marriage at 66%, affecting our adolescent girls. Victor, 14 years old boy from Kesumet in Bartabwa, World Vision Area Program, Baringo County, had this to say. Those children from an area like where I come from, Kesumet and Tuluk in Bartabwa, where they hardly experience rains, and whenever they think it is raining, and immediately rush to plant crops like maize, before the maize crops is 1 month old, dry spell arise and no more crops, no more food. This is in addition, is worsened by escalating cases of armed conflicts in Baringo community, where you try to engage in a livelihood project that aims at bringing sufficient food to the family, and before a family finishes preparing land for planting, the community is attacked and the whole population are forced to migrate for several weeks, months, or even years to become IDPs, and results being acute hunger and acute malnutrition, with children suffering the most. We children understand what hunger and malnutrition is. Child hunger is a situation where children from vulnerable families go without anything to eat for a better part of their lifetime, ending up affecting their well-being. While malnutrition is when children grow without consuming balanced diets such as milk, fruits, green vegetables, eggs, among others. This can lead to starvation or even death. This call to action has been developed by us, children representatives from across the following counties in Kenya, where World Vision works: Baringo, Homa Bay, Machakos, Samburu, Migori, West Pokot, Kitui, Wajir, Turkana, Marsabit, Makueni, Kilifi, Elgeyo Marakwet, Isiolo, Taita Taveta, Mombasa, Nakuru, Nyeri, Bomet, and Kwale. If there is this hunger and malnutrition, then there must be issues that will be caused. There must be an outcome of this problem, that is hunger and malnutrition. I may start with issue number 1, drought and famine. Drought and famine has resulted in people becoming very weak and many animals dying in our villages. In counties such as Marsabit and Wajir, we see our relatives and especially children crying because they are hungry and with no much help. The recommendation is government and other donors to support our families access water to be able to grow food in the farms. That is, it can be done by singing of boreholes and piping. The borehole will help very much, a lot, because for now, during this drought season, you find that a parent or a child will walk more than 3 kilometers going to look or fetch water. And that time, for fetching water, if there is this singing of borehole, the borehole will help save that time, and the time will be used for another income generating activities. The other recommendation is government to support the community with drought resistant seeds. For example, in Kitui, the locally known drought resistant seed is ndengu, green grams, I mean. So, and also in the other drought resistant crops that are known in other counties are sorghum and millet. So the solution is, if the government will help us, it may also by the help of the chief in that county or that sub-county, they may start these education groups, because not every parent knows about these drought-resistant crops. But you may know about them, you may know how to plant them, but you may not know how to take care of them. So they may know how to plant them, but not how to harvest and not how to take care. And so, as we children, we need also to be taken care of. So as the plant, it also needs to be taken care of, no matter the name, drought-resistant crop, no. The other recommendation is government and other donors to support our parents with modern farming equipment. For example, you might find that kuna easy tractors zenye zinaenda zikilima free, but they are not, as the government should ensure that they should help in plowing the land or the farm, in every farm or in every household. So utapata kwangu kumelimwa na kwako hakujalimwa na kutakuwa na shida hapo, si ndio? So the recommendation is the government should help or ensure that these modern equipments are able to plow all the farms in our community, and so we will be able to fight hunger and malnutrition. Another one, training of families, including we children, on good farming practices and methods. So not every parent is having this literacy. For example, you will find that during the government, yes, hatukatai inatupatia these fertilizers. But you will find that niko na hii fertilizer and I don't know what time kuitumia, the amount unapata naitumia mingi na haribu my soil structure, that is the soil fertility. So my soil ina end up ikuwa with soil infertility. And so kukuwa na soil infertility, you will find that I will be able to plant crops na nitakuwa na hizo hopes, my crops will grow and give me a good harvest. But the time ya harvest, I will not know what happened. So if the government is giving us these fertilizers, it should also give us this literacy on how to use them, and also this, how to use it safely. Another one, the government and donors should support our communities to put in place measures to protect our environment. Such measures include supporting communities to plant trees, build gabions, and other measures. I can say, if tumeambiwa, the government should help us plant trees. Unapata in a community, wamekata all those trees. Now the government wants to help us. Wamefanya deforestation. So the right thing is, the government should provide free seedlings for the community members to plant for reforestation, So if there is this planting of trees, the government should also educate them on how to take care of the trees, and also on how to take good care, So if there is this planting of trees, then there will be rainfall, sufficient rainfall, and if I plant my crops, I'll get my expected results. That is my good harvest. And I will be able to fight hunger and malnutrition among my friends and also among my family. The government and the other issue number 2, lack of enough nutritious food at home. Lack of enough nutritious food at home causes us children to be sick and weak. Due to lack of food at home, young girls are married off by our parents because they don't have food to give them. Some of us children, we are forced to go work, for example, in sugar plantations and in the farms, so that our parents can get money to go buy food. When we are hungry, we do not sleep well at night. Because of not sleeping during the night, we do not concentrate in class the next day, and most of the times we are dozing off. And if you find asubuhi, wengine wetu wamezoea, ukiamka asubuhi kama usiku mlipika githeri, unapata imepashwa moto, unabeba unaenda nayo shule. Lakini ukipata usiku au kula kitu, will you be able to sleep well? Utakuwa unalala hii side, tumbo inauma. Sasa the next day unaona, I cannot afford to go to school. Na if that behavior repeats, si ukizoea ndivyo vitu vinaendelea kuharibika. Kama nimemaliza wiki moja bila kwenda shule, ninaona maisha hapa nje vile inanipendeza kidogo, then I will quit from school and go to other businesses, and that will be bad. And so the population in school will decrease, and we will have these early marriages and teenage pregnancies ambazo zitafanya pia kuwe na meeting kama hii tukizipigana nazo. The recommendation is support our parents to grow food rich in nutrients such as beans, growing fruits, and keeping poultry. So the government ikitu support to keep poultry in our homes. Utapata hii poultry tunaweza, like a hen, utapata tunaweza uza hen, tupate hiyo pesa, tupike hen mmoja, tuuze mwingine, tupate pesa, tununue chakula kama mchele, hiyo siku tumekula tumbo imeshiba. So the other one is, in some of our counties, we request the government to support us with relief food. Relief food ni ile inapatiana kwa chief. Mnaambua leo kuna chakula kinaendoa, kunapata mafuta, na sio mafuta iko na some nutrients ambazo hatuwezi pata, si ndio? So if tukipata that food, we will be able to concentrate well with children. We will be able to even think of another ways to help, because you cannot think of helping while you have not already been helped. So if you help us, we will also help you. For example, in this kitchen garden, and also educating you, because if you go to school and learn how to use these fertilizers, we come and help our parents on using them. Another one, governments should allocate funds to support agriculture, such as digging boreholes and piping water from the rivers to bring it close to us and helping our parents do irrigation. Tukijua kama in a place there is this borehole, there will be the borehole will be used to sustain with water cases on that community or that area. And if there will be this water, then there will be food, because we will do irrigation, so we can also implement a kitchen garden, and we will invest in it. We can eat this sukuma wiki and get these nutrients, and we can also sell some of the sukuma wiki and get income. Train as children on farming at home. For example, growing vegetables in sacks at home. So tukijua in school hii somo ya agriculture, for the teachers wanatusaidia tunaelewa vizuri in classes, at least kama mathematics iko na shida, we also know about agriculture. So tukijua agriculture at home tutakuwa able kusaidia. Tunaona leo hakuna food, so tomorrow and next week we can as well plan, and it will help us in months coming. So the government to train our parents on farming and save use of fertilizer. Fertilizers mnatupea, thank you for that. So we also need the literacy on how to use them and the amount, so that we may increase the productivity in our farms. I would now continue, but let me introduce to you my friend so that he may continue with the presentation. Thank you.
Issue number 3, lack of enough and nutritious food at school. Lack of food at school affects children's learning abilities. When we children don't have food at school and are hungry, we are not able to concentrate in class. Lack of food in school has results to some children dropping out of schools and get married off. In some of our schools, we lack clean water to drink. This has led to us being infected with the waterborne diseases. Recommendations: the government to support school feeding program. We need food at 10 o'clock and at lunchtime. The government and other donors should support schools do farming in schools and establish school gardens. For example, establish greenhouse in schools, support schools to do irrigation of their farms, support in rainwater harvesting, and support schools with seeds and fertilizers for planting. Government to offer free food supplements to all children in schools. Issue number 4, poverty. Majority of our parents and caregivers cannot afford to buy enough and nutritious food for the children due to poverty. Due to poverty, our parents cannot afford to buy even seeds to plant so that we have food and farming equipment. Due to poverty, we cannot be able to access clean and safe water to drink in our homes. Recommendations: we request the government and other donors to support our parents to start business so that they earn money to support their families access food. We request the government to reduce the cost of food so that our parents can afford to buy enough and nutritious food for us. Issue number 5, being neglected by our parents. Our parents sometimes go to work, for example, in the lake to dry fish, and they leave the children behind without food. Other times, our parents do not give us enough and nutritious food. For example, they only give porridge and one mandazi at lunchtime. Our parents sell milk to buy us snacks like ringos, potato crisps, and others, not knowing that the milk they sold contained a lot of nutrients that is needed in the body. Recommendations: we request the government to teach our parents on how to feed their children on enough nutritious food. In conclusion, we want to thank the government of Kenya for giving our parents fertilizers to help grow food. We are hopeful that with the rains, the crops planted will grow and we will have enough food. We request the government and other stakeholders to involve the children in all invites towards ending child's hunger and malnutrition. Thank you all and God bless you.
Naomba tuwapigie makofi tafadhali. Naomba tuwapigie makofi tafadhali. Now, Your Excellency, with your permission, because of this amazing call to action that these children have done on behalf of the children of this great nation of Kenya, they are saying they would want to specially present this call to action to you. So, Your Excellency, they'll be able to come follow me, guys, as we get ready to present this amazing call to action to Her Excellency. Naomba tuwapigie makofi as they present this amazing call to action to Her Excellency tafadhali. Let's clap for them up until they get to Her Excellency as she receives this amazing call to action on behalf of the children of Kenya. Makofi tafadhali. Makofi tafadhali. They have done so well. Wapigeni makofi, ladies and gentlemen. Let's put our hands together for them specially. Thank you so much, Your Excellency, for receiving this on behalf of the children of this great nation of Kenya, and we know that it is in safe hands. That being said, Your Excellency, you may kindly take your seats. At this particular time, I'd like to welcome State Functions to officially take over the program from here. Thank you very much.
Your Excellency, the First Lady of our great republic, Mama Rachel Ruto, Principal Secretary, Social Protection and Senior Citizen Affairs, PS, State Department for Gender Affirmative Action, Deputy Chief Whip of the Majority Party, Director of Administration, State Department of Agriculture, World Vision Kenya Board Chairman, World Vision East African Regional Director, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. With your permission, Your Excellency, I would like, before I invite our first speaker in this session of remarks, to bring to your attention that we will be bringing to you a short video on Feeding Children program after our first speaker. Now join me in welcoming Office of the First Lady Chief of Staff, Nancy Salamba, to make her remarks. Let's put our hands together and welcome her.
Your Excellency, the First Lady of the Republic of Kenya, Mama Rachel Ruto, Mr. Joseph Mutari, Principal Secretary, State Department for Social Welfare and Senior Citizen Affairs, Madam Anne Wangombe, the Principal Secretary, State Department for Gender and Affirmative Action in the Ministry of Gender, Honorable Naomi Wako, Deputy Chief Whip of Majority Party, the National Assembly, Madam Lilian Donzo, Regional Leader, World Vision East Africa, Mr. David Githanga, the World Vision Kenya Board Chair, board members, leadership and staff. Your Excellency, kindly allow me to stand on the protocols already established after this. Good morning. Good morning. That's better. So as you've heard, my name is Nancy Salamba from the Office of the First Lady. And I'm here to tell you about Mama Feeding, one of the programs at Mama Doing Good. Mama Doing Good is the organization that delivers the programs of the First Lady. Before I proceed, Your Excellency, with your permission, kindly allow me to ask the few colleagues that we came with here to just stand up so that you can see that Mama did not come alone. Please, my colleagues, if you can just stand up quickly. I will not mention your names, we just stand. Others are around everywhere, please stand up, please. Thank you very much. We can give them an applause. Thank you. So, about Mama doing good. Children are very close to Her Excellency, Mama Rachel Ruto. They are very close to her heart, and she is very passionate about their well-being. Mama Rachel Ruto is committed to supporting strong family units so as to ensure our children are safe and secure. Her Excellency recognizes that stable families make strong communities, which in turn make a strong nation. It all began in 2017 when the First Lady, then the spouse of the Deputy President, joined some friends for a feeding program at one of the informal settlements in Nairobi. At the venue, the children were asked to line up so that they could be served. There were many children who came up, one by one, and the different attendants filled their plates. As the exercise was going on, one of the attendants noticed this little girl who she thought she had just served a few minutes before. Her plate gave her away because it had food remains. They were surprised that she was able to finish her food that fast. On inquiring whether she was coming for a second helping, the little girl answered that she could not eat because she had left her ailing mother and younger brother at home without food. Family. This little girl we see here, if we can go back to her picture, she was 9 years old at the time, and her name is Faith. And I know most of you have met many Faiths as you do your work. The second story happened in another informal settlement in Nairobi. Mama Rachel Ruto with her team visited to introduce to the women the concept of table banking, which is run by her organization known as Joyful Women. Joyful Women is an economic empowerment program. They observed that there were many children on the streets. When they got to the training venue, they also noticed that most of the women they were coming to train had come with their children, yet it was a school day. On inquiring why the children were not in school, the ladies told Mama Rachel Ruto that never mind that we cannot afford school fees, we are struggling to feed our children. This response reminded Mama Rachel Ruto of little Faith, the girl she had met before. She realized that this was a huge problem. And moved by compassion, she decided that it was time to act. This is how Mama Feeding was born. It is one of the programs under a program we call Mercy Works. Mama Feeding is a public school feeding program that we run in informal settlements and marginalized areas of our country. The children get 2 nutritious meals a day, porridge at break and a hot meal at lunchtime. This has enabled the learners to stay in school and remain healthy during the school term. We have also experienced an increase in school enrollment and an improvement on overall school performance. This compassionate approach now reaches over 55,000 children, or learners as we know, in Laikipia, Turkana, Nairobi, Kwale, Kilifi, Garissa, Kajiado, Narok, Kitui, and Machakos. We hope to scale up the Mama Feeding program to serve more learners countrywide. The long-term goal of this program is to break the cycle of poverty through education. When a child receives at least 1 meal a day, they can concentrate on their studies without enduring the agony of hunger pangs and child labor for survival. Education, which is a great equalizer, will lift whole communities and generations out of poverty. Another aspect of this program is that it allows the parents, and especially the mother, time to then go out and get engaged in a livelihood program, which then contributes to the income that puts food on the table. At Mama Doing Good, we have slogans, and Mama Feeding's slogan is, "Feed a child, educate the future." I want you to say this with me. Feed a child, educate the future. When I say Mama Feeding, say feed a child, educate the future. And please say it with conviction. Mama Feeding. Thank you. We are here today to support the call to action, written by the children of Kenya and read by our future leaders, Felista Koki-Moi and Isaac Ongosa. Can we just give them a clap? They did an amazing job. We also want to congratulate World Vision on the launch of the Enough campaign. In closing, we want to commit on behalf of Her Excellency that through her office, Mama Rachel Ruto will work with all stakeholders to amplify the voice of the children and to find a lasting solution to the issues that affect our children. I will close my remarks with a video on Mama Feeding, and I say thank you so much for your kind attention. God bless you.
Issue ya njaa. Wakati tumbo umelala njaa jioni, hauwezi fikiria hata kuamka kwenda shule. Ndio maana tunasema ya kwamba Mama Doing Good wamefanya kazi nzuri, na tungeomba kwamba muendeleze mikono yenu ikapate kuleta sponsors wengine, tuendelee kusaidia watu wetu.
These children, as you see them, wanahitaji support kubwa sana. As you see them, they are disabled, ni watoto walemavu, wazazi wao hawajiwezi, wanalete watoto hawa, wanawaweka pale kwa gate na wanawaacha mahali pale.
Mimi mamangu alinitupa hapa hivi kwa ndugu babangu hapa Kenya, na mimi hapa nasoma shule katika St. Lilians, na sina uniform, sina yoyote, walinipatia tu ni vetu.
Whenever I get some money I have, I come and buy them food. I get some maize somewhere, I buy, or somebody brings me maize to me, I just bring to them.
Chapati zikam, chapati zikam.
God much na kiomba. Oh, God bless this food before it is us name we pray. Amen.
Mama Doing Good, you are really doing great work, and God will really bless you. Pia mimi kama mzazi nimefurahia. Sasa nimewatuma wanafunzi wangu 3 ambapo 2 walikuwa wamekaa nyumbani sababu ya njaa. Sasa namshukurishia shukrani kabisa. Mimi kwa roho yangu nimefurahi kabisa, na tutaendelea kuwatuma wengine wenye wako nyumbani. Nitajaribu kuwahimiza wazazi ambao wamewaacha watoto nyumbani kuwaleta hapa shuleni ili waendelee na masomo.
Amefanya kazi mzuri. Hasa tena wasichana, kwa sababu ya ugumu ambao uko hapa Kopoch ya chakula, wanaolewa kabla wakati wao hujafika kwa sababu ya njaa. Kwa hivyo hii vile mama amefanya kitu ya maana hii shule itaendelea na watoto hapa wataendelea.
First Lady for the wonderful work she our children. A round of applause, a good one. Let's appreciate her. Thank you very much. With your permission, Your Excellency, I will now want to invite World Vision Kenya Board Chair David Githanga to make his remarks. Let's put our hands together and welcome him. Karibu, sir.
Your Excellency, the First Lady of the Republic of Kenya, Mrs. Rachel Ruto, Honorable Joseph Mogosi Motari, PA Social Protection and Senior Citizen Affairs, Honorable Anne Wangombe, PA State Department for Gender and Affirmative Action, Honorable Naomi Wako, Deputy Chief Whip of Majority Party, Heads of State Department, Heads of Technical Cooperation, Private Sector, World Vision, Board members, children, and all the other guests I may have forgotten. A lot of things have been said, and I'm an aspiring teacher even at my age, but the kids here really spoke very well. If you don't remember anything, just remember these 4 things. Micronutrient deficiency is the biggest hidden hunger we have. Do you suffer from it because you have a higher social-economic status? You don't. So it's there. Number 2, the biggest cause of immune suppression, poor immunity, is malnutrition. Number 1, biggest killer of our children are infective diseases. They are malnourished because of, and they have low immunity. You have mortality. Number 3, children are a moving target. A baby in mommy's tummy is already developing. And every stage of their development, some organ is forming. They miss critical issues, they require food. Then you're really talking about permanent damage for a long time. So it's very, very important to remember that when they miss certain things at critical periods, they will suffer. And this girl and boy really say that very well. Stunting is unconscionable. When you are stunted, you can do all you want. You'll never be able to grow well mentally, therefore you'll never be able to earn a livelihood. So very, very important even for those in economics. Lastly, poverty. I'm a pediatrician. Poverty surrounds every aspect of our diseases. So when we seek to answer those, you really address very many things, and I am happy. So a child is really a cycle of life. In the tummy, breastfeeding, becoming a young adolescent, and then becoming a mother. So an adolescent girl must be healthy so that she becomes a healthy mother. Okay, I've finished my lecture. I go on to my prepared speech. Right, I'd like to begin by acknowledging the powerful voice we've just heard. Felista Koki reminds us of all the critical importance of including children's perspective in our fight to eradicate hunger and malnutrition. Their presence here, representing diverse regions across the country, underscores the very essence of Enough campaign, ensuring every child, no matter their background, has access to sufficient and nutritious food. A special thanks go to you all, especially the First Lady, for joining us today as we launch this crucial initiative aimed at ending child hunger and malnutrition in the country. The Enough campaign is a 3-year campaign whose objective is to have enough nutritious food for every child, sourced ethically, sustainably, enabling children to flourish. It's a vision that's within our reach, yet remains elusive for far too many children around the globe and in Kenya as well. As a nation, we stand at a pivotal moment where we must address the pressing issue of child hunger with urgency and determination. Our focus as World Vision Kenya is helping the most vulnerable children overcome poverty and experience fullness of life. We help children of all backgrounds, even in the most dangerous places, inspired by our Christian faith. In 2023 in Kenya, and these figures were reported earlier, an estimated 942,000 children aged under 5 and 135,000 pregnant mothers and breastfeeding mothers were acutely malnourished and in need of treatment. Child hunger is at its worst in generations due to the effect of climate change, and we are seeing this already, and sadly, conflicts in many parts of the country for all sorts of reasons. Despite advancement in many areas, the reality is stark. Children are going without food every single day. This is simply not good enough. Every child deserves access to adequate nutrition to fuel their physical and cognitive development. Cognitive just means brain. So forget the big word brain. Brain isn't developing, you're going nowhere, right? So cognitive development, very important. Families should never have to worry about putting enough food on the table to nourish their children. Time for action is now. We cannot afford to wait any longer while children suffer the consequences, shame, and indignity of an unequal food system. In 2023, World Vision Kenya spent a staggering 13 billion Kenya shillings, out of which over 50% was spent on the implementation of projects that contributed directly to food and nutrition security, reaching 1.9 million children and 1.5 million adults. World Vision Kenya has implemented integrated health programs in 21 counties to improve the survival and protection of children under 5, as well as protect adolescents and mothers from infections and diseases. Health and nutrition program objectives is to increase the number of well-nourished and infection-free children aged under 5 in Kenya through different initiatives. You said it's really a whole confluencing of many factors. Our humanitarian disaster management teams collaborated with the Kenyan government and other partners to provide critical support to 1.3 million people affected by various emergencies, with a key focus on food distribution, early warning, disaster risk reduction, emergency response in different parts of this nation. Over 780,000 children were among those who received life-saving assistance. We repurposed over $420,000 to address flood emergencies caused by El Nino. Additionally, we provided food assistance to over 680,000 people and procured non-food items worth over $179,000. Today, we reaffirm our commitment to ending child hunger and malnutrition in Kenya through collaborative efforts with government agencies, NGOs, private sector, and community organizations. We will implement sustainable solutions to ensure every child has access to nutritious food. We believe that it takes a comprehensive approach to end hunger and malnutrition, and this would take increased awareness to influence public discourse and high-level conversations such as we are having here around the topic of child hunger and malnutrition. In addition, we must strengthen community resilience and sustainable livelihoods to promote climate-smart agricultural practices. Our approach will also prioritize immediate relief efforts and long-term strategies to address the root causes of hunger. I'd like to take this opportunity to urge our stakeholders, from policymakers to grassroots activists, to join hands in this vital mission. Together, we will create a future where no child goes to school hungry, where every child has the opportunity to thrive and live to their full potential. As I conclude, this year signifies a significant milestone for World Vision Kenya as we celebrate 50 years of impactful service. Reflecting on our joint endeavors, we take pride in announcing that over the past half a decade, we've positively impacted the lives of more than 9 million children, providing them with hope, education, and the promise of a brighter future. Moreover, our commitment transcends mere statistics, with a substantial investment exceeding $430 million, underscoring our unwavering dedication to fostering positive transformation and sculpting a brighter future for future generations. We cordially invite all of you to join us in commemorating the 50th anniversary celebration in August. We have also launched other celebrations that have already started taking place across the country throughout the year. We urge you to join our endeavor to construct a resource center in Salga, Nakuru County, as part of our 50th anniversary initiative. This project aims to address a spectrum of community challenges, including and combating child abuse, empowering women to explore alternative livelihoods beyond the pitfalls of commercial sex work, and guiding youth towards constructive paths, thereby mitigating crime. In closing, let us remember that the fight against child hunger is not just a moral imperative, it is a collective responsibility. Let us work tirelessly towards a world where every child enjoys enough, nourishing food, paving the way for a brighter and more equitable future for generations to come. Thank you very much.
With your permission, Your Excellency, I'll now invite Director of Administration, State Department of Agriculture, Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock, Mr. Badu Katelo. Let's put hands together and welcome him. Karibu sana.
Your Excellency, Mama Rachel Ruto, First Lady of the Republic of Kenya, Honorable PSS present, Deputy Chief Whip, and the Women MP of the Marsabit County, other government representative of non-state actors, World Vision of Kenya, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. First, I want to relay the apology of my PS and my CS who are supposed to be attending this meeting, but both of them are engaged in other activities. You know, there is IDA conference going on, which is one of the major funding entity for concessional loans in Kenya, and they are not available. So I want to, Mama Rachel Ruto, I want to relay their apologies, sincere apologies. I want to start by telling this conference that the solution to food and nutrition issues is in agriculture. And I want to tell you that agriculture in Kenya is the first priority of the program in the BETTER program. There are many other programs, about 6 of them, but agriculture is number 1. Therefore, we are led by the President, His Excellency the President himself. And therefore, I want to just point out a few areas where the government has taken this issue of food security by the horn. Number 1, our issue was to increase food production. And food production is increased by enhancing the participation of farmers. We have increased, first of all, we conducted farmers registration, and we have mobilized farmers and increased farmers' participation from 5.3 to 5.9 million. And done a lot of capacity building by engaging the counties. There are products that have been promoted. We have the food products that are around maize, rice, oil production. We are, for the first time, we have started the sunflower, which is will give us oil, and also around industrial crops, which will generate income for the country. The government has put in place support for the farmers by reducing the post-harvest losses. The government distributed 100 dryers throughout the country. And a lot of, through the tree planting program, we have also distributed fruit tree plants up to 5,000 seedlings. We have also put in place extension services. And by the way, extension services is at the county, but Cabinet has approved 1,400 extension advisory officers to support the counties throughout the country in all wards. On the front of financing, right now we have financing from World Bank, African Development Bank to support projects in agriculture. We have several of them in high potential areas. We are looking at this in two aspects. One, to maximize production in high potential areas, and secondly, to initiate production in low potential areas. As you know, around 75% of this country is arid and semi-arid. And therefore, the government has mobilized resources to finance building of dams for irrigation. I think this is one of the answers that we'll give to the well-represented case by our children. Government is planning to build 100 dams in arid and semi-arid areas. But unfortunately, you know, these programs usually are slow. Therefore, it's a work in progress. In these counties, Turkana, Marsabit, Samburu, Garissa, Wajir, where we usually see the faces of hunger, the government has a plan to turn around by just tapping the water. I think it is very clear, the program is very clear in our mind, that the first thing you need is water. We need to tap water. Water is available. You have seen the floods. Once this flood is harvested, then we can do irrigation at different levels. First, at the household levels. And secondly, at bigger levels where it's powered. The Ministry of Energy has a program to power this with solar energy, and distribution system is put in place, and farming can occur. I think we have seen that the food is just under our feet in the arid countries. We have an individual who planted 2,000 acres in Wajir and produced maize, which are bigger than the maize. Usually we talk of the big maize from Kitale, and he presented that. And I want to tell you, this Honorable MP called Honorable Ibrahim Sane, I want to mention him, because he's giving an example to show that arid areas can produce food. He communicated to His Excellency the President, and His Excellency the President asked the Minister for Agriculture, Honorable Inturi, to visit the area. That program is on. What we have seen is, after the loss of livestock, the pastoralists have turned to farming. And we have seen farming is possible, and that soil can produce food. And that is linked to the government program of the 100 dams. And therefore, I want to emphasize that we are, for the first time in Kenya, we have a president who is running the show. Remember, our president, His Excellency, was Minister for Agriculture. And therefore, he knows in and out of what we are supposed to do. And he has given that direction. I can talk for one full day talking about our strategic plan on how agriculture has been put on super highway. I want to assure you that I think in the next few years, we'll be talking of agriculture turnaround, both maximizing the production in the high potential areas and opening up the 75% of the country to irrigation and producing food. And I can report from the areas we visited that some of those areas are already producing food. So I want to end here and thank the World Vision. There is the gap that could be filled by the NGOs, special program like Mama Rachel Ruto's program. I think we can combine effort. And I want to invite World Vision. We had a conversation yesterday. I want to invite them so that we can fill the gap. There are always areas where relief or short-term interventions can be done. And World Vision can talk of the Kainuk farming areas and all that. Personally, I've been in some space where I've participated in some of the activities. So I want to take this opportunity to thank the World Vision for this conference, and I want to thank Mama Rachel Ruto for honoring it, and we'll be together to put agriculture in the forefront, because the sustainable solution for food and nutritional security lies in agriculture and livestock development. Thank you so much.
With your permission, Your Excellency, I'll now invite Deputy Chief Whip of Majority Party, Honorable Naomi Wako. Let's welcome her.
Your Excellency, our First Lady, Mama Rachel, PS Social Protection, PS Gender, World Vision Regional Director, World Vision National Director, the Chairman, and all protocols observed. I want to take this opportunity, number one, to thank God for World Vision International, World Vision Kenya, and for what World Vision has done. May I also congratulate World Vision for the enough campaign that every child must be fed and must be fed well. Thank you, World Vision, once more for transforming the lives of many children in our country and worldwide. You have created that listening ear of every child and touched and transformed the lives of many, especially in the remotest part of this country. Your effort towards education, social growth, spiritual and mental growth of children have played a big role in nurturing the young children in our nation. A non-discriminatory approach and putting into consideration the areas that have been marginalized for many years. May I say that through the panelists who were here before us, as one of the leaders, I was deeply touched, especially by the participation of the young ones. Allow me to mention Zainab, who comes from Marsabit County. And Moi Girls is the same school I went to. So you can understand where I come from through that young girl. And they have put into perspectives the issues that affect us. Isaac with Felista. I'm almost saying we already have the position of women reps. And we can also have the position of children representation and say that Felista can represent children in a best way, in the best possible way. Felista, when she was speaking, I saw a leader coming up. And I tell you, the sky is the limit. Who knows, Felista may be our future president. Call to action that Felista did in a very good way. I'm sure our First Lady will pass the message to His Excellency the President. And I'm sure he will take it in a positive way and with a lot of passion. The call to action, when Felista was speaking, she spoke of FGM, early marriage, GBVs, which affects many of us. And how young children, and especially young girls, are affected. For those of us who come from those areas that FGM is still alive, where early marriage is still actively practiced, GBV is highly, recorded. We know the input of World Vision. And also in general, poverty reduction that has been experienced by the people through active participation of World Vision Kenya through their programs. His Excellency, our President, is focusing a lot on agriculture. We, the people who are in the same government and supporting our President and our government, are focusing a lot and praying that by the end of these 5 years, Kenyans will for sure see the real transformation through our bottom-up approach. Our First Lady, Mama Rachel, is so passionate. I know through Mama Doing Well, the feeding program that she has, this will be expanded and she will get to many other counties. Our First Lady, my observation is you have a lot in common with World Vision. Partnering with World Vision will enhance what you are doing and also promote World Vision. I have been their board director for many years. I only resigned when I joined Senate in 12th Parliament. It is my prayer that many of us will partner with World Vision and be part of this great transforming agenda so that we can mold the lives of our children. In Mark chapter 10, verse 13 to 16, the Bible says, when people were bringing little children to Jesus for him to place his hands on them, the disciples rebuked them. But when Jesus saw this, he said to them, let the children come to me and do not hinder them, for the kingdom of God belongs to such as this. And that means that focusing on the lives of children, creating that listening ear for every needy child, then we are partnering with God in promoting the lives of the young ones. Let us see how children living with disability will also be put into consideration. As Africans, we know that children born with disability is like taken like a curse. And most of the time they are marginalized. Most of the time they are mistreated. And if we focus more on them, we will touch their lives and make them important people, just as we are molding future leaders. The Enough campaigns have come at the right time. No other better time than this. In many of our counties, even today, there are areas where parents cannot afford a meal on a daily basis. Ending child hunger now is the best thing to focus on. This needs to happen today and now. Not tomorrow, not next year, but now. God bless Kenya. God bless World Vision. Thank you.
With your permission, Your Excellency, I'll now invite Principal Secretary, Social Protection and Senior Citizen Affairs, who will also recognize PS, State Department for Gender and Affirmative Action, and Wangombe. Karibu, sir.
Thank you so much. Our First Lady, Her Excellency Rachel Ruto, before I make my remarks, allow me to ask my colleague, the Principal Secretary for Gender and Affirmative Action, Honorable Anne Wangombe, to come and say a few words before I invite our chief guest. Please, Anne Wangombe. An applause for the PS as she comes up.
Your Excellency, the First Lady of the Republic of Kenya, Mrs. Rachel Ruto, and in the interest of time, allow me to ride on the already established protocols. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I have listened to a number of speakers here, particularly the one who came from the Ministry of Agriculture. And allow me to say that 70 to 75% of the agriculture that you talked about is carried out by it's carried out by women. So women really play a key role as far as household food is concerned, as far as the security of food is concerned. And it's unfortunate that these women continue to be disproportionately affected by hunger as well as malnutrition due to factors like unequal access to resources, factors like limited decision-making, power, cultural norms, etc. Additionally, physiological factors such as pregnancy and breastfeeding they increase their vulnerability to malnutrition. Therefore, addressing gender inequalities and promoting women's empowerment are crucial steps in tackling hunger and malnutrition. I'm hopeful that World Vision will also partner with the State Department for Gender and Affirmative Action in tackling this problem. My gratitude goes to the First Lady because she has done so much work. She has passion for children as well as women. Your work is recognized nationwide. Last weekend I went home and I found that my mother wasn't there. She's an old lady. And when she came back, I asked her where she had been to, and she told me I had gone for Rachel Ruto's group. You are known even at the grassroots level. And she couldn't pronounce the title, Your Excellency, but that tells you that your work is being felt at the grassroots level. We do really appreciate your work. The development partners are present in this event. I welcome you to come and partner with us as we look for solutions of hunger and malnutrition. My brother here, who is in social protection, I keep telling him that we are joined at the hip because children belong to women and men belong to women. Thank you very much.
I thought also men had a stake. Excellency. Your Excellency Mama Rachel Ruto, First Lady of the Republic of Kenya, and also who is also our chief guest today, Ms. Anne Wangombe, my colleague, Principal Secretary, State Department for Gender and Affirmative Action, Honorable Naomi Wako, Deputy Chief Whip of Majority Party in Parliament, Ms. Lillian Dozo, East Africa Region Director, World Vision, Mr. David Gadanga, Chairperson of the board, and board members of World Vision here present, Mr. Gilbert Kimanga, Kenya National Director, World Vision, government colleagues present here today, children, of course, I earn Your Excellency because of these children. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Your Excellency, before I make the remarks that I'm supposed to make here, I really want to appreciate you. I really want to appreciate the World Vision who have brought us together today. And before I say anything, Your Excellency, is that we are proud of you. As a nation, we are really proud of you because you are our mother. And as my colleague has said, men belong to the mothers. I'm a son of a mother. And if my mother was not there, Your Excellency, I would not be where I am today. I also want to mention that, Your Excellency, these people here may not know that you have also partnered with the State Department for Social Protection on matters children for this nation. An applause for the First Lady, please. Besides that, our First Lady is good to let you know that she is our champion on teenage pregnancy, which is also anchored in the State Department of Social Protection. And further, Our Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, none other than Dr. William Samoei Ruto, is our champion on matters cash transfer for this nation. I'm saying so, Your Excellency, the First Lady, we do give what we call cash transfer. The cash transfer we give to all the persons of this nation. We give to the children who are orphaned in this nation, and we also give the cash transfer to people living with disabilities. This, as you all know, Our Excellency the President has made it mandatory and monthly before all of us who are civil servants or public servants and state actors or state officers and their salaries. So all that the President is doing, our First Lady, is simply because of the child. We give this money to that child, to the mother, because the mother is the caregiver, to at least supplement in getting food. Though it may not be enough, but we must give, at least as a government, to make sure that that child down there does not go to bed hungry. We spend quite a lot, our First Lady. We spend about 28 billion as a government for this program. That is not little money for sure, as you all know. And this is fully dependent on the exchequer of the Republic of Kenya. We work very, very closely with our partners, but the partners' part is to come up with the relevant systems and data collection to make sure that we target the right population that we are giving the cash transfers. Your Excellency, we gather here today to address a pressing issue affecting our communities in various counties within our country. A systemic and hidden hunger epidemic has led to severe malnutrition among children and adults, exacerbated by prolonged droughts and failed rainy seasons. And here, Your Excellency, I really want to thank you. Allow me to continue thanking you. I was just beside you in Nyayo Stadium when you went down to your knees to pray for this nation to receive the rains. Do you have the rains? We don't have the rains. Surely, we have the rains. Thank you so much, Your Excellency, for appealing to God to give us the rains. And true, we have the rains. This calls for immediate action to alleviate this crisis and prevent further suffering. In collaboration with the Kenya Socio-Economic and Inclusion Project, that what we call KSEP, the State Department for Social Protection and Senior Citizen Affairs has launched the nutrition improvement through cash and health in education, which is popularly known as NICH program in select 5 counties on a pilot basis. But Your Excellency, Mama Rachel Ruto, we feel we really need to make sure that this goes all through to the entire nation, and now that we are through with the piloting. This initiative aims to enhance access to social and economic inclusion interventions, particularly targeting the nutritional status of children in their crucial first 1,000 days of life. With support from the World Bank, UNICEF, and DFID, NICH is set to expand into 5 new counties. And the new ones, Your Excellency, will be Samburu, Tana River, Isiolo, Garissa, Wajir, and Mandera, where high rates of malnutrition persist. Indeed, this demonstrates the importance of strategic partnership between national, county governments, and with our development partners in funding critical social protection programs. World Vision, Your Excellency, has partnered with the State Department of Social Protection in addressing vulnerable children in need of protection in the following programs. One, tackling violence against children to ensure that they are protected from emotional, physical, and sexual violence. Secondly, children in emergencies occasioned by natural calamities such as famine, drought, and floods by the provision of basic needs. Thirdly, prevention of child exploitation from prostitution, trafficking, forced labor, and harmful practices such as FGM and early marriages. Our children have mentioned all this, Your Excellency. Fourthly, empowering children and families through education and resilience, building initiatives, especially in the arid and semi-arid areas. And finally, we have also partnered in education sponsorship and scholarships, support to the poor and vulnerable households. And at this level, also, Your Excellency, it's good to mention that the State Department for Social Protection also hosts the Presidential Bursary Fund, which we do give to secondary school children who are vulnerable, from vulnerable families and not able to pay for their school fees. We do get from our exchequer 400 million annually to make sure that these children who are quite vulnerable from paying school fees, we try and see whether they can also go to their school as other colleagues. In closing, Your Excellency, let me reaffirm our partnership with World Vision in tackling hunger and building resilient communities. Together in partnership with state and non-state actors, we can empower our communities and make sure that no child goes to bed hungry. With those very many remarks, Your Excellency, it is now my honor and pleasure to invite our chief guest, Her Excellency Mama Rachel Ruto, to address us. And Your Excellency, let us all be upstanding. And is that the way we welcome Our Excellency?
Thank you very much, Piers. We may be seated. Joseph Motari, Principal Secretary, State Department of Social Protection and Senior Citizen Affairs. Anne Wangombe, Principal Secretary, State Department of Gender and Affirmative Action. Honorable Naomi Wako, Deputy Chief Whip of the Majority Party, the National Assembly. Lillian Dozo, Regional Leader, World Vision East Africa, and all regional staff. David Githanga, the World Vision Kenya Board Chair, board members, leaders, and all current and former staff. Right Reverend Professor Joseph Galgalo, Provincial Secretary of the Anglican Church of Kenya. Reverend Callisto Odede, Presiding Bishop, Christ is the Answer Ministries, and all clergy present. All government officials, partners, learners, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Bwana Yesu asifiwe. Hebu tusalimiane. Asante sana. How would you feel if you woke up one morning, had nothing to eat for breakfast, went to work and had no money for lunch? You walk back home and there's nothing for supper. Imagine this sad situation repeating itself not just for a day, but for 2 to 3 days. How would your day at work be? How productive would you be? Sadly, this is the situation for many of our school-going children, and yet they are expected to concentrate in class, understand the lessons, do homework, and pass national exams like every other child in the nation. Before I continue, receive greetings from our President, Dr. William Ruto, who appreciates this initiative. Thank you. As a mother, no achievement is more powerful than the ability to put food on the table and watch your children eat to their satisfaction. We tirelessly wake up every day to prepare our children for school, feed them, pack a snack or two for the day, and stand at the door and watch them run off to school or board the school bus. That is the story of the privileged few. There are mothers in our country that see off their children to school on a hungry stomach, without the hope that in the evening they will find something at home to eat. It is a mixed feeling of desperation and failing as a parent, and yet some of the factors are beyond the control of the parent. I'm sure many of you heard about the story of the mother who spent her evening boiling water just to give her children hope that something was cooking, as she waited for them to fall asleep with nothing in their stomachs. This is the reason for our gathering today, to kickstart a journey towards helping parents to feed their children and ensuring every learning institution is supplementing learners' nutrition through a feeding program. This is a call for restoration of dignity for over 4 million Kenyan learners who are at risk of dropping off from school and missing a lifetime opportunity to change their lives. Many children are exposed to further risks of violence and physical harm as they join their families in search of food. Food sufficiency and nutrition at home and school must go hand in hand for us to be a truly food secure nation. The nexus between empowering households to have food sufficiency and nutrition supplementation in school makes the model of the Enough campaign sustainable. Further, this model complements the competency-based curriculum by giving learners an opportunity to apply what they learn in school at home. Children actually enjoy contributing their knowledge to their households and being part of the solution. Learners, ladies and gentlemen, the founder of World Vision is a great inspiration on this path towards resolving hunger and malnutrition. It all starts with choosing not to look away when we see a hungry child, doing what we can, and opening ourselves to collaborations with others of similar mind. Bob Pierce founded World Vision after he came face to face with an abandoned child. The last $5 in his pocket wasn't enough to solve the problem, and he involved other partners for a long-term solution and more impact. The seed he planted with $5 has now grown to be the largest Christian non-governmental organization working in nearly 100 countries worldwide. Let's give it up for World Vision. We deeply appreciate World Vision Kenya. In August, you will be celebrating 50 years. Congratulations in advance. For the last 50 years, you have tirelessly championed children's well-being. Your dedication in tackling hunger and malnutrition aligns perfectly with our national goals. Thank you for touching 1.9 million children and 1.5 million adults in 2023. May God bless the work of your hands. We applaud you today. The Central Bank of Kenya Agriculture Sector Survey 2023 stated that the agriculture sector continues to play a critical role in Kenya, accounting for 20% of gross domestic product, GDP. The sector also accounts for over 40% of the total employment and more than 70% of employment for the rural populace. The Economic Survey 2023 reported a decrease in the growth of the agriculture sector from 4.6% in 2020 to 0.4% in 2021 and 1.6% in 2022 on account of unfavorable weather conditions that led to a reduction in both crops and livestock performance. The reduced production was attributed to drought, rising cost of farm inputs, leaf rust infestation, and shift in land use from agriculture to real estate development. The Government of Kenya bottom-up economic transformation agenda better clearly envisions a country that is food sufficient through deliberate and focused interventions on food security, health, and nutrition. Learners, ladies and gentlemen, the rains we continue to enjoy since March last year have seen the turnaround of the agriculture sector with a bumper harvest realized. Maize production doubled from 33 million bags in 2022 to 67 million bags in 2023. And I was with the president somewhere the other day, and he said we are going to get 75 million bags in 2024. To further enhance food security, the government introduced upland rice to 1 million rural farmers across Kenya, with an expected 400 million kilograms of harvest this year. The rice is not reliant on irrigation. In addition, the national government is providing a matching fund for county government in support of county school feeding programs. We have seen various feeding programs set up, including the common shared kitchens in Nairobi County that supply schools with subsidized meals, porridge-based program in Murang'a County, and school milk program in Uasin Gishu County in partnership with local dairy processors. As we develop solutions for food security, we must incorporate climate resilience by implementing climate-smart school meals, which allow producers near educational facilities to commercially produce food, thereby avoiding the carbon footprint associated with long-distance food transportation. Let us also borrow a leaf from the Green Revolution in India, which was launched in the late 1960s and saw agriculture converted into a modern industrial system through the adoption of technology such as the use of high-yielding variety, seeds, mechanized farm tools, irrigation facilities, pesticides, and fertilizers. This helped India achieve self-sufficiency in food by the late 1980s, and Kenya is just following. Like India, Kenya can become self-sufficient in food if we continue on the current trajectory where the government is providing innovative farming solutions and supporting farmers to enhance food production. With the blessing of the rain and sustainable food production, Kenya should become self-reliant in the next few years. Learners, ladies and gentlemen, I urge all Kenyans and organizations of goodwill to support the government by working together to eliminate extreme hunger and malnutrition from our nation. The Enough campaign is a bold and ambitious commitment towards a food-sufficient Kenya. As our national anthem says, and I quote, "May plenty be found within our borders. Every child should and will have enough access to sufficient and nutritious food both at home and in school." It is now my singular honor to declare the Enough campaign officially launched. Thank you for your audience, and may the good Lord bless you.
With your permission, Your Excellency, I will request you remain on stage as I invite World Vision National Director Gilbert Kamanga to present to you the Enough campaign document. A round of applause as that goes on. I'll also ask our PSS to join in. Regional Director, kindly join in. Thank you very much. I'll request the rest to exit the stage as the First Lady remains on stage for a photo session. And the first photo will be Her Excellency with children, Zainabu Rob, Isaac Ongoso, Felista Koki, and Robert Sirma. These are our children who are joining Her Excellency for a photo. Asanteni sana. I'll also request our PSS, Joseph Mogusi, Anne Wangombe, Honorable Naomi Wako, David Kegada. You'll be on standby for the second photo, kindly. That is the photo. A round of applause, Asanteni sana. Thank you, our children. Kindly exit the stage. Our PSS kindly join Her Excellency. Honorable Naomi Wako, David Kedanga, Gilbert Manga, kindly join in on that photo. Lilian Dauzo, Florence Musalia, and Badu Katelo. Join in on that photo. Asanteni sana. World Vision board members kindly be on standby for the third photo. Asanteni sana. Asante. As you exit the stage, the third photo, current board members, World Vision, kindly you are invited on stage for the third photo with Her Excellency, including the chairman, Dr. Gidanga. Current board chair, World Vision, you're invited on stage kindly. Current board members kindly join Her Excellency. Current board members kindly, including the chair of the board and the CEO. Asante. Thank you, thank you. Thank you very much. We have a gift. We have a gift, kindly. We have a gift for Her Excellency. Thank you. A round of applause as she receives the gift. Asante sana, asante sana. Thank you very much. Bishop Callisto, Her Excellency, you may now exit the stage. Thank you very much. Thank you for your patience. Bishop Callisto Odede, kindly be on stage for the closing prayers. Asante sana.
Kindly let's rise up before the Father. Our Father and our God, we bow our heads before your holy and eternal presence and thank and bless you for the wonderful and lovely occasion that you have given us today. We thank you for every single true word that has been uttered before you. And thank you for giving us an opportunity to reflect on the condition of our children in the country. And not only to reflect on their condition, but also to put forward some action plans that would assist us to be able to alleviate the hunger, the poverty, that oftentimes is a hindrance to children developing to be the people you'd want them to be. And so we do want to pray, our Father and our God, for the vision that you have given to World Vision in order to develop the Enough project. We pray that it is implemented across the country and in other nations as well, that, Lord, it would go a long, long way in bringing about a change and a transformation in our community and in the society, that no child would remain at home. Indeed, as has been said, that enough is enough. We do want to honor you, Lord, as we also bring before your holy presence all the partners that are involved in this initiative. We thank you for the donor partners. We thank you for the government. We thank you for the churches. We thank you for the communities. We thank you for the children, the men, the women, and the youth. And we pray, our Father and our God, that as they embark in bringing about transformation in the society, that indeed we'll live to see our community transformed and changed for the better and for the glory of your holy name. And so, Lord, as this project has been launched today, may it go a long, long way, that in the coming years we'll see young men and young women, some of whom have been represented here through the presentations that they gave us, rising up into the society to bring a transformation, because this program has been enabled them to rise up to fulfill their mandate. And so we thank you. May your blessings continue to abound upon us, and may your grace continue to be reflected. The Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord make his face shine upon you and be gracious to you. The Lord show his countenance on you and give you peace, both now and forevermore. Amen.
I'll request we all remain standing for the national anthem.
Tujitoe kwa nguvu, nchi yetu ya Kenya tunayoipenda, tuwe tayari kuilinda. Na tujenge taifa letu, ndio wajibu wetu. Kenya istahili heshima, tuungane mikono pamoja kazini, kila siku tuwe na shukrani.
Let's remain standing and allow Her Excellency to leave at her own pleasure. Thank you very much.
Difficult, but not impossible.